Hey, everybody, welcome to the next session that we are hosting. And this is going to be all about typography and landing pages and how to space different things. And I'm really excited about this. I remember the first time when I asked Kim, look, what are we going to do? We're going to brainstorm or whatever. And I said, what topic are you going to talk about? And she sent me the title. And I thought, I'm actually curious what the hell she's actually talking about, right? And then I got the presentation, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I was like, man, this is so good. So yeah, I think people are going to really enjoy it. I'm going to learn from it as well. I'm really keen to see her presentation of it in addition to the slide, obviously. I'm just going to wait for a minute or two just while people are joining, because we just finished a session a moment ago, which was a spectacular session with Scott, the CEO of Simple Booklet as well. So that was really awesome. And I know a lot of people enjoyed it. If you can leave a comment as well, where you're from, where you're tuning in, I'd love to kind of see people's engagement so we can kind of know who we've got on. And yeah, we're just going to get started in a couple of minutes. And, you know, if you have a landing page or a sales page that you want reviewed and you haven't emailed it to me, please do so right now while we're about to start. Okay, I already have a few people. For example, we have Cheryl, who sent me her landing page. I saw that. There is Lisa Potts as well. We'll review yours too. I think we have a couple of others. Oh, Lyric. We're gonna definitely review Lyrics as well. So there's a whole bunch of you that we're gonna review, and I just want to make sure that number one, you're obviously going to learn from seeing other people's, but we have, I mean, obviously, Kim is, you know, it's her choice in terms of how she's wants to spend the time. This is obviously, we're just going to kind of play it by ear, but we do have technically 3 hours where we can do reviews together. So we got plenty of time to review, but it will go really, really fast. I mean, we did like a 4-hour session with Beth. We did a 4-hour session, or 4-hour session with Elena, or 3.5 hours. So, you know, those sessions go really fast, but I really want to make sure you make the most out of it as well. So with that said, let's just have a look on the chat and see who we got here. Leah, awesome. I'm here ready to review the sales page. It needs life. Awesome. Hey, Lisa, awesome. Great to have you here. Sean, awesome to have you here from Nottingham, England. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Yep, awesome. Hello, Pennsylvania, USA. Cheryl, yes, absolutely, Cheryl. Let me just paste it in. I think I can put it in the chat. Okay. Also, Cheryl, you can go to summit.comtruths.com/live as well to actually see. So that's another way you can get access as well. Let me just post it in the chat. Perfect. Yes, Leah, I got yours. We'll definitely review it as well. Awesome. So we'll pretty much get started. We have a presentation first, and oh, hey, Lisa. Yep. Yeah, Lisa. Unfortunately, like, this is a one-man show. So we finished the summit. You know, you have the page, the live page, basically the summit.comtruths.com/live, which is where basically the current live session is going to be. And as soon as we finished Scott, I had like 2 minutes to like replace the links and this and that and upgrade it. So, you know, bear with me here. I appreciate everybody's patience. But yeah, it's all happening. So you can always go to that page, and we're good to go. Cool. So yeah, we got a bunch of people joining in, so that's awesome. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce Kim. So Kim and I, you know, I don't even remember how we met now. I actually don't remember. Maybe it was one of the Facebook groups. Maybe Stu's Facebook group, possibly. I'll just bring her on and we'll have a chat. So, hey, Kim.
Hello. I think it was
great
Stu's
to have
group.
Yeah, I think it was Stu, but it was a while ago. It was before I had a membership even. It was very the beginning.
I remember I signed up for one of your softwares, and I started getting your emails, and I just responded and said, "Who are you?"
Yeah, totally. I think we've probably known each other for at least two years. I'd say at least 2 years. I think you even we did a coaching session.
Longer.
Yeah, maybe probably longer. And then Kim is my go-to editor. Like I pay Kim, I hire Kim to help me with my copy, right? So when it comes to putting together like the beginner's guide to email marketing, which was like 180 pages at the end, like Kim edited that entire book for me, right? So she's my go-to when it comes to editing. And what I like about Kim, it's not, she doesn't just edit, like she's not like, okay, she's not a human Grammarly. Okay, she actually has a copywriting background in terms of like understanding the market and things like that. So she also gives advice like this could be better worded, and then she would propose a better wording. It's not like, okay, this could be done better. Like she'd actually propose it to me. It was really helpful. So it was wonderful working with her. And whenever I do those type of like more important documents, she reviews it. So I shared Simple Booklet a moment ago, and there is the membership brochure. I'm pretty sure Kim helped me with that as well. There is the Beginner's Guide to Email Marketing. And, whenever I do major publications, Kim is my go-to person. So I really appreciate your service. You're an excellent freelancer. It's hard to find good freelancers these days sometimes.
Yes, it definitely is.
Yeah. So great to have you. Where are you tuning from, by the way?
From Southeast Missouri.
Very cool.
I'm going to talk about that just a little bit in my presentation too.
So. Okay. Awesome. Let's just say hello to a few people. Hillary said, welcome, Kim. Love all the connections we made through Stu. Absolutely. Yeah. Cheryl, got it. Awesome. That's great. Learned so much, Iran, and you're doing great. Thank you. Appreciate it, Hillary. Hanging in there. Okay, awesome. Looks like we got a whole bunch of people joining. So we'll basically dive right in. I'm going to let Kim kind of take it away and, kind of take through the presentation, and we'll see how we go. So Kim, you can go ahead and share the actual presentation itself, and I'll put it on the stream as soon as you have it on your screen.
Got it.
There you go. Perfect. And let me just put the background so it's not your face. I'll put a different background. And then I'm going to basically tune out. You won't hear me. You'll only hear Kim. She'll go through the presentation. I will let her kind of run with it. And then I'll jump in if there's anything that I want to take care of. As usual, I would love to see people's questions as you go. Give us feedback. Give us your thoughts, whatever. And someone will take care of it at the end. And while Kim is presenting, I'm just going to go through the Google Doc that we have. Like we have an operating Google Doc where I'll make sure we have all the sales pages people have emailed me to make sure we actually are going to take care of all your requests and do our best to review it. So we'll dive right in. I appreciate everybody's participation and patience and engagement and so on. So Susan, great to see you. Can't wait for this info. Absolutely. Lyric, looking forward for this. Yes, Lyric, you are absolutely on the list. We have saved Lyric for today because Lyric was not able to attend Monday, so she's here today. So we'll definitely take care of that. Lisa will definitely review yours. And cool. All righty. So with that said, I'm going to hop off and take it away, Kim.
Hello. Okay. So today we're going to talk about landing page copy, typography, and formatting. I have a little script over here, so I'll be looking over to the side, so forgive me. I'm Kim Paul, and I'm an online business strategist. And if you look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, do me a favor, and if you look really, really close at that little star down there, you might see me on Bloomfield Avenue in Southeast Missouri. Now, Missouri is known as the show me state, and you can't just tell somebody in Missouri and expect them to believe what you're saying. You better show them exactly what you mean. And that is the purpose of a landing page, to easily show your visitor what you've got. With a background in graphic design and copywriting, I have a unique perspective to share, and that's kind of why I decided to talk about typography and formatting instead of just copy. The strategy behind the copy is important, and the strategy behind the placement and the spacing and that kind of stuff is important too. So maybe you already have your copy written in a Google Doc and you're thinking, now what? Famous author and fellow Missourian Mark Twain said, writing is easy. All you have to do is cross out the wrong words. If only it were that simple. But he's kind of right. But the point is, I want you to resist the urge to get attached to your work. And that goes for design and copy. You need to prepare to reorder your copy. So your copy is going to move around a lot. that first draft that you've got in Google, you're going to have more than a few versions before you get to the final. This image that we shared a lot, designers share it a lot, because finals just keep going on, going and going. You think you're done, and there's still more to go. And writing is the same way. Most designers would not tell you this, but great design doesn't sell on a landing page. It's intentional design that sells. So you can have the most beautiful landing page, but if it doesn't say and promote the things that really need to be said, you're going to lose your audience. So the first thing we have to do is eliminate distractions. We're going to change anything that's not easy to read, difficult to understand, hard on the eyes, taking up space, and overly complicated. Speaking of hard on the eyes, what do you think about this background? Or the font size down over here where I've said, or all the colors. It's distracting. Your eyes don't know where to go. This is not a good section for a landing page. So the number one rule, if you don't learn anything else today, is if it's hard to read or understand, you need to change it. And I'm going to remind you of this rule often today. So let's talk about spacing a little. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's talk about spacing a little bit. You know, when people post on Facebook and they're big, long posts, and it's just paragraph after paragraph after paragraph, and there's no breaks in between, and your eyes get tired before you actually read it. You've spent hours crafting your message, and it's got all this compelling copy in it, but if you put it in big, long paragraphs like this, nobody's going to see what you have to say. Then I have some other examples over here. There's too little spacing between these lines. The letters run into each other a little bit. Your eyes aren't sure where to go. And it's even worse when you use all caps and don't have that spacing. And this one has too much space between the lines and the letters. These two up here don't have enough space between the letters. There's not any room for your eyes to breathe. So instead of something like this, you want to keep them reading. So a way to do that is to try something like this. Your thoughtfully crafted message with a nice headline font. You all have seen it before. Headlines are big. I personally would have a much bigger headline than this if I were designing a landing page, but this is just an example of how these short, sweet one-liners and strategic spacing and line breaks and breathing room, it's the key to keep them reading. And line spacing and letter spacing, they matter. So don't forget that part of it. And since we're talking about headlines, let's talk about some words that copywriters use that most people have heard before, but they might not know what they are. So this right here would be your main headline. It's the H1 star of the show. If you were using WordPress to lay out your landing page, you're gonna, this headline right here, it's the only thing in the whole page that has an H1 attribute, because that is what the whole page is about. This is eyebrow copy. That's the copy that sits right above the headline. And this is a subhead. You've all seen them before. They're smaller and they live right below the headlines. And then you have your body copy, of course. That's the guts of your page, and it's usually in paragraph style. But remember, we're going to put it in short, sweet sentences and not use a whole lot of punctuation. You know, you can use exclamation points for impact or question marks if you're asking a question. Those are great on landing pages. But sometimes periods they don't keep the person reading. So break the sentences up in different strategic ways so that it gets them to read that next line. Use the word because and then start another line and do like that. And then you have crossheads. Now crossheads and the main headline, they're both in red background because I want you to remember This is the main goal of your landing page. It is to guide the reader, even if they skim the story even if they skim your page, it's going to tell them the story of what you're selling, what you're offering. They stand on their own. So if you can read down your landing page and read just those headlines and those crossheads, and you feel like I know what I'm getting into by clicking the button here, clicking the buy button. That is a great way to make sure that your landing page is doing its job, because people aren't always going to read the body copy. They're going to skim, see what they want to read, and then they're going to go back and read those other things that we have, the eyebrow copy, the subheads, and the body copy. Let's talk about fonts just a little bit. I want you to choose for your landing page 2 to 3 fonts. Now, that doesn't sound like very many, but you always have, bold and underline and italic and strike through and all caps, and you can adjust the size and color. So it's a lot. For one font family, you've got a lot that you can work with to make those things stand out. If you have a bunch of different fonts, it's just like the distracting things. Nobody knows where to look. Their eyes are all over the page. They're not sure. And I also want you to choose kind of simple fonts. Sometimes big cursive fonts are harder to read. So maybe rethink those cursive fonts and use something different. For a headline, you can use a serif font. And for a body copy, I want you to always use sans serif. And just as a reminder, I think of this little meme all the time when I'm trying to explain what a serif font is and a sans serif font. And so if somebody shot the serif, it knocks off all of those extras and it makes a really simple font. And I've used a sans serif font in this presentation. But again, the number one rule with fonts and anything else, if it's hard to read, change it. So now let's talk a little bit about colors. I want you to choose 2 to 3 main colors. You're going to have a light color. I've used white here. And you're going to have a dark contrasting color. That's where I've used this teal color. And you're going to have a neutral color. I've chosen this gray. And this is for my presentation. I've chosen the gray color. But I also have variations of those 3 colors. Down here at the bottom, there's the lighter color teal. And so that is just a variation of the teal that I have for my dark contrasting color. I'm going to let you choose 2 additional colors. So that's 5 total. Your action color, that's your call outs and your call to action. In this presentation, I've used red for my action color. It doesn't really match, but it works because the point of it is to grab that attention. And then I'm going to have you choose 1 extra impact color, but not so fast. You're not allowed to use that extra impact color until you are at the final version 2 of your landing page. I want you to go back through and read and say, what do I really want people to see? Maybe it's fast action bonus. Maybe it's, and this isn't necessarily things that are in your headlines or your crossheads or your subheads. These are things that are in your body copy that you feel are important parts of your sentences, and you're going to highlight them with that extra impact color. I've chosen yellow in this presentation. And again, rule number 1, if it's hard to read, change it. So our friend Mark Twain, the Missourian, his just cross out the words, maybe oversimplifying it just a bit. But if he built landing pages, I'm pretty sure he'd say to highlight the right ones. He'd tell you that the words that you highlight are the ones that are going to stick out. And that's how you make sales on a landing page. So we have to really be careful about which ones we're going to highlight and what we want someone to see if they only have a couple minutes to look at our page. So let's discuss landing page copy. I've got some time and we're going to look over everything. So Show me what you got.
Hey.
Hello.
Awesome.
I couldn't see you during the thing, so.
No, I wasn't there. I was listening. I was here though. Yeah. Fantastic. What was that slide? Don't shoot the sheriff, or go shoot the sheriff. I love that.
I shot the sheriff. Yeah.
I shot the sheriff.
Yeah.
I laughed when I saw that. That was very good.
And
I love that.
I wanted to mention, like, when you think of a landing page, it's sort of almost like a presentation. Like every section
100%.
should be one page of like one screen. And so if you try to build your sections as those screens, it's sort of like building a slide presentation. So
yeah,
it has a lot more details in it than a slide presentation. But
yeah. But I love it. Short and sweet. And then we'll get into some practical application as well. I think learning by watching is really important. So that's really good.
That's
I definitely would love
to work because I wanted to have plenty of time to work on.
That's right. So I would love for people to leave their questions now if you have any questions. So let's just take some things. So Sean asked a great question. What's the difference between a subhead and a crosshead?
A subhead works with headlines, and it like sort of amplifies the headline. And then a crosshead, it can stand on its own, and it sometimes is pieces that are brought out of the writing. Think of like a magazine article where they pull out a quote and they make it really big on the page so it's visually appealing. And the quote lives inside of the text, but it's pulled out because it stands on its own. It could be read as somebody skipping through the magazine, be read and grab somebody's attention. So that's where a crosshead comes in.
Very cool. That's good. Excellent. Sean, let me know if that answered your question adequately as well, so we can dive in more in deeper as well on that. And Sean, if you have a landing page for us to review, definitely let me know and send it to me as well. Would love to have a look at that. Leah, I replied to your email. I cannot review what you sent me. Please go and look at my response. I would love to help you review it, but I need a real page we can actually review. Sean said, thank you. Awesome. Hillary said, Kim, that was terrific information. I concur. That was fantastic. I learned a ton just watching your presentation. I was like, this is so good. This is so like scientifically broken down. Gives you like some, because sometimes you're like, oh, just make a lot of the times, at least when I got started, when you don't know what you don't know, you just say, I just want the page to look nice. I want it to be easy to read.
Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about that. And, you can grab templates, but if you don't realize that the words you're highlighting are that important, then your template's not going to help you make sales,
That's right. Love that. Cheryl said, I'm guessing you're not a fan of the everything homepage.
This is for your homepage. No. I think that the homepage needs to be about the person and get them to take that one action that you're wanting them to take. You've got your menu at the top. I mean, landing pages, you don't have that. So you kind of have to put everything on a landing page to get them to make the decision to buy. But on a homepage, they've got that navigation. So what is it that you want to tell them on that homepage to do next? Is that to go to your about page, which should also be about your person, not about you. It should be written in a way that keeps them reading, because they're not going to read your life story necessarily. But the homepage, I think it's important not to have everything on there. That's not to say if you have a blog, put the featured blog posts on your homepage. That's perfectly fine too, because there's nothing wrong with them going to visit your blog. But if it's to book a call with you, make sure that everything you're saying on your homepage directs them to do that.
Yeah. Awesome. So Cheryl said, I appreciate what you're saying. Good advice. I need to change my homepage. Awesome. Cindy said, I have 2 summits overlapping speakers. I have to watch the replay. No problem. Lisa said, wow, I had no idea how to use the calls this way. I cannot wait to see what needs to change as you review my landing page. Absolutely. Awesome. So great questions. Keep sharing them and so on. But let's just dive into the first landing page that we have. So we got a whole bunch of them. Let me just pull it up. I think, you know, what will be good is maybe we'll start with Cheryl, I think. Hang on, let me just have a look. Yeah, let's start with Cheryl's. Okay. Let me send it to you, Kim. You can see it. I don't know if you can see it on. I put it in the general chat if anybody wants to see it specifically. Kim, I'm going to send it to you on Messenger if that's okay.
Yes. Log in here.
Okay, have a look at that. That's so Cheryl is in my tech support membership and has been for a while, actually. And she's an artist, painter, and she's got a membership. And this is the sales page for the membership, I believe. So yeah, if you can, once you have it live, I'll just share it with you. I'll share it with everybody. Not this one.
Hold on a second. Sorry.
That's all right.
I wasn't prepared. Sorry, everybody.
All right.
We didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare because you guys just had a great session with
I
Scott.
know.
So.
Back to back. Everybody's patience with my get stuff done and, you know, just get it out there, you know.
I mean, you are a one-man show, so.
Bull in China shop strategy.
It is taking forever to load. Maybe I can shoot it from my phone.
Just so everybody knows the agenda. So I have a landing page that's ready to review of Cheryl. Cheryl, and then we've got Lisa as well. And then we got Lyric, Lisa Potts, that is, because we got a lot of Lisas. And then I saw another email come through a moment ago from Rebecca. I'll have to look at yours as well, make sure that we can do that. Hillary, I did get yours. Yes, we will definitely try and do yours as well. That's the ones that I have at the moment. If I miss somebody, leave a comment as well. Cool.
I don't know why this is causing me so much trouble right now. Facebook Messenger is not wanting to open.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, could you open the Google Doc? Could you see the Google Doc?
I don't have that. Where did you put it in the chat?
No, the Google Doc I emailed earlier. Would email be better if I email it to you?
Maybe.
Okay. Okay, I just sent that. No subject line. It's just a Google Doc.
Technical difficulties are always fun.
I know, right?
I had my email turned off, so it wouldn't interrupt us.
I see it.
I got it. I got Messenger to work.
Okay, perfect. Marcia,
No,
I got yours. Say it again.
You gave me the wrong link. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. We can enlarge it a bit.
Copy link.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Cool. Could you make it a little bit maybe bigger just so people can see it?
I don't know that I can.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
I guess I could do that.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is Cheryl, and yeah, Marcia, thanks. I got yours as well. We'll see. I'll ask him about that as well. But yeah, let's go ahead and look at Cheryl's, and I'm gonna hop off while you do this feedback, and then I'll be back when you're done with this one.
Now, Cheryl, is this a home screen or is it a landing page?
This is a sales page for the membership, I believe. This is a sales page for her membership, I believe.
Okay. So I think first thing that I would say is that I don't think that I would have all of this navigation up here if it's a sales page. Because it's going to distract people from what you want them to do, which is to join the membership. And so I would rethink laying out that landing page so that it doesn't have all of this navigation. And then I think maybe these are the type of the words that you would want to highlight. But you've got two lines right here that are exactly the same color. So maybe you want to, this is your headline and it's bigger. I like really big headlines. So I would definitely make that bigger, and so that it was compared to this, it stood out more. Because right now I'm not sure if you want me to read this or you want me to read this. And I know we want them to read everything, but I want to know when I get on this page, I want to know what's the first thing I need to look at, which is why on a landing page, not having this navigation is really important. Because if I get on this page, I'm thinking, oh, I need to look at her blog. Like, I get distracted before I even read your first headline. So that would be my number one. And then I would probably add a little bit more contrast between the yellow and this background color. Maybe it's just a section that is the yellow color and there's black on top of it, and this is your headline. And then, like I said, make this font just a little bit smaller. You are only using one font, it looks like, through the whole thing, which is nice. Except the only thing that your variation with is color. And so adding that second font for your subheads and your crossheads and your headlines is really going to help differentiate that without having to use that same color over and over and over. So, let me read this. Also, this video, I would put a picture. Let's see what it says here.
Clear enough that
okay, so it looks like it may be an interview instead of this first screen being after teaching art for 25 years. That's a lot to read. I want it to be a picture of you that looks like you're talking to them, and then it encourages them to push play. So it makes it more personal when you have your picture as the screen, as the thumbnail with a video. So that's what I would say to do there. And this is all above the fold. This is the first thing that I see when I join your page. So another thing that I would want right here underneath the video is join now. I'm talking about a button that is easy. I just click on it and I go and I join. Because if I'm coming to your page and I know exactly I'm already going to join, I've talked to you on Messenger and I'm excited about your Painter's Creative membership, I want to find that button really quickly without having to scroll, especially like all the way down here. So what I would recommend would be to have this page, this checkout, be on a separate page and just have a button that jumps down to it. I do have a client that is an art membership for kids, and she doesn't do that. What she does, when you click the button, it just jumps down to this payment area on her page. So she doesn't have a separate page, so that still works. You just need a jump to button, and Iran can help you with that kind of stuff if you need help with tech, but it will jump to that section of the landing page. This membership only comes open. I don't think you need this note. I think that you need just this, and maybe in that different font, maybe a subhead type font, and maybe it, you know, maybe it, I know you're trying to put some scarcity in here, but maybe maybe write it a different way. Or you could put a countdown timer in there and then put right under it, membership only opens to new members a few times per year. Don't miss your chance. And don't miss your chance is highlighted. It's got that weird, highlight color that we talked about that you add right at the end. It's only in a few places. So those few little colors are really going to stand out. So what you could do is add a call to action color on here. You've got to add another call to action color so that, well, you've got 3. This taupe color is another one, but you could add a call to action color so that your buttons could be that color, and you can use that call to action color on things like this, on things like your headline. So and it's a lot to read. It's a lot of paragraphs. I would definitely break up some of those paragraphs. So many benefits in the Painter's Creative. You don't really need that many words. You'd say benefits of Painter's Creative. Get rid of if some of the words are pointless, kind of. Just go through there and see what you can get rid of. Instead of this being as a paragraph, maybe it's bullet points. An online coffee shop where you meet artsy friends and share your art. So maybe you say community, and it's bolded. It's a bullet point on its own. And then you put that sentence. Think of it as an online coffee shop where you meet artsy friends and share your art. And then you have another bullet point, lots of encouragement to paint more often. And it's encouragement, and it's bolded. Paint more often with your new friends. Fellowship with other artists who want to cheer each other on. Support. And this is its own bullet point. Those bullet points are going to be so much easier to read than this long paragraph. Convenience. That gets bolded. It's its own bullet point. And that's what I would do with most of this copy, is break them up into small sections. Okay, I thought when you say bonus, I'm thinking like bonus things to add, like bonuses that you're getting. So that's something too. If somebody's familiar with landing pages, they're going to see bonus, and they're going to think that probably means I'm getting something extra, maybe extra time or supplies or a supply list or something. So I would be cautious about using the word bonus just in your regular body copy. These things right here are testimonials. I would pull them in so that they aren't as wide as your page. Pull them in a little bit, make them narrower, and then you're going to put them in a box. See just how I have this highlighted, and it's inside of a box, and it kind of stands out. So if you do that with all of your testimonials here, and they're narrower, because the longer a line is on a page on a website, the harder it is to read. So making that narrower, bringing that in just a little bit, is going to make it easier to read. And then I would unbold the people's names, put them on the next line, make them smaller, because that's not nearly as important as what they're saying about your membership. People, if they want to know their name, that's great, but it doesn't need to be the same size font as the actual quote that they're saying. If you have pictures of these members, I would go ahead and put those in here with the circle. That's a great way to do it. You can put the circle photo above the testimonial so that it kind of gives a little bit more space and variation on your page. Right now, it seems very consistent, like everything's laid out the same exact way. And so it feels like I'm scrolling on and on and on and seeing the same thing over and over and over. So if you kind of add some of those boxed in sections and you think of each section of your landing page as a section that should be on your page, then I think you're going to have a lot more success with this right here. So does that help? Do you have any questions that I haven't answered? This is true. So, you're an artist and she wants to see pretty pictures on your landing page. That is definitely true. Yes.
Yep, absolutely. You could just share your screen. I'll share this part.
Okay.
Go back to her page. Yeah, so Lisa said you're an artist. I want to see pretty pictures. Absolutely. Great suggestion. Cheryl also said I was debating removing a weekly schedule and make it a separate page. Great idea. Not a homepage. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thanks for that. Great stuff. And then she said so many fabulous ideas. Thank you. Awesome. And Cheryl, you'll obviously have access to this recording as well. So you'll be able to review anything that Kim pointed out as well. And yeah, awesome. Thanks for submitting this, Cheryl. This is great. Let's move on to the next one. So
you can go ahead and send it in Messenger. I can grab it.
Yeah. So have a look at the Google Doc I just sent you.
Okay.
And then, yeah. So have a look at the Google Doc. And let's go and look at Lyric. You'll see Lyric shared a couple of pages there. Just pick one, and then we'll review that. We'll do one page per person for the moment, even though some people submitted 2 or 3. We'll just do 1 page per person. If we have time, we'll do more, but let's just start with that, okay? So
I'm going to go ahead and look at both of them so I can
get an idea which one's going to be a better one for you. Yeah. 100%. 100%. Cheryl, we're glad this was helpful. Lisa, glad it was helpful. Everybody show a bit of love to Kim for her time and expertise. Really appreciate it. And then we'll move on to the next one as soon as it's live. Are you good to go with Lyric?
Yes.
Awesome.
So again, do you have my screen? Iran, can you see my screen?
Yep, we can see your screen. All good.
Okay, just checking. I didn't know if I got kicked off.
No, all good.
So again, on this one, I would take this navigation away. Let me see. What is this page? Homepage for the account. Okay, never mind. This is your homepage. I can't see your landing page. It's got a broken link, so we're gonna just talk about this homepage. But if your landing page doesn't have, if it has that navigation, think about pulling that off. But the first thing I notice is that this font is sort of a handwriting, fun type, scripty font. And that's fine, except I would use it strategically, sort of like I used in my presentation. When I wanted to call out something, I used that handwritten font. So if you rethink your landing page and your brand kind of, and rethink that main font that you're using, look for something more simple. And then maybe it says welcome to the on the first line, and maybe it's all caps. And then Academy for Virtual Teaching is in the next line. And maybe it is in this font. It will look really well. It will look really good if you have welcome to the in a sans serif font, all caps, right above this. I don't know if I can. I'm just going to have fun. Is that okay with everybody? So, whoops. I just clicked on something. So, instead of how it is now, if you sorry, I know this is kind of like watching paint dry sometimes.
Oh, we're enjoying this.
So,
look at that. How's that for over delivering?
Okay, so, whoops. My keyboard's a little sticky sometimes, so this is like all of a sudden you've got something that is easier to read. And then you're going to make it a little bit bigger. Oh gosh, sorry about that. So I am cancel. Already you've got a better way to see what's going on than where they're at. They see that headline and they're like, okay, I'm at the Academy for Virtual Teaching. And then I want to see this font change too. Because this font, if it's going to be your main font, then I don't want you to use it everywhere. So that is where I would go with your headline first and foremost. I like that you have this, but it seems like you've got different pictures, but they have the same kind of layout. So maybe instead of, maybe if you change this font, it will help. Because that font is so fun that, does this go somewhere? If I click on it, the learn more doesn't go anywhere. So I would get rid of this button, this circle, and maybe make this picture go all the way across. I think that will help. I like the pictures you're using. I really like this. I'm assuming that's you. And it could fill up the whole screen instead of just this section. Improve your teaching. Oh, okay. So this is going to be, you teach them how to teach, which is really, this picture is really good for that. I like this. I like this a lot. Maker's got a. So are these two different things? This is really good how you've got this split up. I would kind of like to see it boxed in a little bit. Maybe the buttons are a little smaller. Because these are your headlines and they're so catchy. I think a yellow could be great here. I can see your brand colors and I don't really see one that blue might look really good against this dark purple, that light blue color that I see up there. So if you had your headline for these in that other color and maybe pull this button down below your copy and turn this into a link too. So if they click on this, they're going to go there. You've already got your picture as a link. That's great. So then they've got 3 places that they can click, but there's a little bit of space in between. There's another link down here. I would move those buttons down below. I really like this font. This is the font that I would recommend you use up here because this font is easy to read. I mean, it's not as easy as a really simple font, but it's kind of fun. I can tell what you're doing is supposed to be a fun thing. It's students. I don't know what your target is for the teachers, but I would imagine. Okay, these are creatives, which this says creatives to me. It doesn't just say cut and dry. So that's why I really like this font for you. I would not recommend this font for someone if they were teaching, course creators or something more, streamlined. But creatives, which course creators are creatives, but if it's something more fun, like teaching quilters and crafters and teachers, definitely you can use a more fun font. But I would stay away from the handwritten font because it's really good to use those for those call outs.
A couple of messages from Lyric in case to give you some context. So she said, yes, 2 different audiences, teachers and students. That's number 1. And then she also said that's the brand font. I love it. Yeah, just a bit of context if you need them.
Yep. And that's why I want to see it way up here. I want it to be, or are you talking about this font is your brand font? Do you know, Iran, which one she was saying?
Yeah, I think that's what she's referring to.
Yes, this one. That's fine. You don't have to get rid of it, but I would start using some other fonts that are for those words like welcome to thee, because it'll be simplified. Not this font. This is not the one that I would use for that. I would use something like this, welcome to thee, and then Academy for Virtual Teaching. If that's going to be your brand font, then use it very sparingly and very strategically so that your business name is in there. You can use it. You can still use it for call outs. I think that it's an overuse of it seems overwhelming just a little bit.
Lyric, if you want to join us live, we'll just put you on camera as well, and then we can have a bit quicker communication in case there's a bit back and forth as well. I just sent you the link on Messenger in case you're available. And any look is a Zoom look. I don't care if you're in your pajamas. It's all good. we're all in our pajamas. We're all wearing shorts underneath anyway, so it's all good. Yeah.
I'm gonna click on this because I want to know what it leads to. I'm wondering about site speed a little bit. Let me see. Is my connection good, Iran?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there may be some site speed issues.
Heavy images, possibly.
Yeah, because it looks like when I click on this page, it opens really, really quickly and easily. But these pages down here, it's taken a while to load. So I would look into that and see what's going on. I want to see, instead of CRAVT certified teachers, I want to see some of those up here in boxes with their pictures and names with testimonials. And hear from our hear from some of our AVT certified teachers, or see what our certified teachers are saying. And then you have those testimonials, and then it's like, see more, or, you know, what is this certification? You can talk about it and then say, and you can kind of scatter those testimonials in and out throughout your homepage. I think that would be really good. It's still not opening here, but
okay. She's gonna try and join us as well.
I like this image. I don't know if you drew it or if you had it commissioned, but I like it. It really speaks to. Are we here? Is she here?
Yeah. Just coming up the camera first. So. Here you are. The party.
Yeah, nice to see you. Had to Chrome up instead of Safari.
Okay.
Excellent advice. And I'm like constantly messing with the website. So some of the suggestions you've made, I've already changed them as you're doing.
That page that I just tried to click on, did you hear that when you were getting on? It's not loading at all. So I would definitely look into that, see what's going on. But pulling out those pictures and getting some testimonials for them, and then putting a headline up here that says "Hear from" is really going to help, you know, see what others are saying about us. And that can be students too, but it would be a great place to put that.
Right.
Did you have this commissioned, or did you do it?
Yeah, I have permission from everybody to do the website. This is the landing page, the public facing business, where we bring in teachers to the membership, which is it's a professional development membership for creatives to learn how to build their online classes better. And one of the services we provide is we list their classes and bring in students to get in their classes. So that's
This image, did you have it commissioned? Like, did you have somebody do it, or did you do it?
both.
Yeah, I do that too. I always have somebody help, but it's something that you can start or tweak,
Yeah.
I think this is awesome. It says so much, like an image says a lot, and so I wouldn't be opposed if this was in your header.
Right. I had somebody else look at the header or at the top, and they're saying that image, like on other devices, fills up the whole screen and it doesn't tell you to do anything. So I think it's more about sizing and get it clickable.
Yeah.
I can add words into it.
Maybe it's cropped down here at you if it's on mobile, and so it's just a different, like for responsive, it's just 3 of you instead of all of you.
Yeah, it's a little gifty reward I give to my teachers when they've gone through the master classes. I have an illustration done of them, so I can I can arrange them as they.
And I think you need to feature that. Like, start putting some illustrations all over. Like, that's awesome for your brand, and put their illustrations on their testimonials instead of their pictures.
I've been told different things about that, because maybe for the main website that's cool. For the landing page for the masterclass and for the ads I ran, I was told real faces were much better than illustrations.
Yes,
but for this it would be a different use case. And
exactly.
Okay. That sounds great.
And I think that it's cool. I think you need to talk about it. Okay. We do illustrations for all of our teachers as they pass, and then maybe have some side-by-sides. Here's our photo, here's the illustration, so that it doesn't seem out of place when you use those, as their photos on the homepage. I think it's a cool thing to mention, and tell people that they're going to get a personalized illustration of themselves for joining.
So have you gone through to the improve your teaching page? Because this, I was told to keep the home page for the general website just real short.
Yeah.
And then the other ones have more of the information on it.
And this is the same way. These words are getting lost because they're in that font. So if you just break them up into, leave this part the way it is and just change this.
Yep.
Because they're just supportive words, So using a different font for that would be great.
I agree.
I would like to see more emphasis on like headlines like this. And like I mentioned, adding that third color, like that blue, and putting it in the purple, like not making this background right here white. So the headline is a little bigger, a little thicker, and it's in that blue against that purple. I think that could look really nice. I don't know for sure. Sometimes there's not enough contrast. This blue right here.
Yeah, the lighter turquoise.
I think that it might pop off of that purple, but you also might need to use the orange, almost yellow color.
Yeah, we use a lime green with the purple in a lot of our advertising. Would you put the "We Build Successful" headline at the very top of the page?
Maybe so. That makes sense. It goes all the way across, and then interested in teaching virtual teaching can fit into your business. You're exactly in the right place. Scroll down a little more. Okay. I didn't know this kept going.
It goes and goes and goes.
This is great. I just want to see some of that on the homepage.
Okay.
Just right above that link that's not working, because it makes more sense. It's more like you can see it. It's right there. You don't have to click something. You don't get lost in your website. I would like to see more space between these things for sure.
Gotcha.
And, if you're going to use this font, it needs to be probably bigger. bolder, maybe Academy is bold. If there is a bold, sometimes there's not a bold on those kind of fonts, which is another reason why I don't love using those kinds of fonts, because you don't have all the extras that you do on other. But yeah, I would add some more space between these things. I like how you're breaking them up into short and sweet already. Do you have any videos of yourself talking about your membership?
On the landing page for the membership.
Where is that? It's not working in the link that you gave him. Does that look like what it's supposed to be?
Oh, that course is unpublished. That's not there anymore. Do the second one down, the masterclass. That one. That's
Okay.
That's a landing page, a sales page for the masterclass just closed. But I'd love to get your feedback on that.
I love this.
Yeah.
This is that picture that I thought was you, but I wasn't sure. This is a lot. This is a lot popping up at me. I don't know what it looks like on mobile, but I would imagine it's taking up my whole screen and probably hard to close. So I would take some of these fonts down. I don't mind this being big. Sorry you missed us. Or sorry we missed you. This, probably not all caps. Title caps is a lot easier to read most of the time. And I would reduce it a lot so that it feels like that supportive copy instead of,
Gotcha.
instead of more 3 headlines right in a row. The logo could probably be smaller and maybe up at the top. And do you not have it with transparent background?
With what background?
The transparent background. Your
I
logo.
can make it with the transparent background. You want it on white?
I would put it with white text on the transparent so that the purple shines through, and that virtual it feels more professional that way when there's not white boxes around everything.
Gotcha.
And then maybe use that green color here. You said you use the green color against purple, and take that white box out, and then this copy is white, smaller, title caps, not all caps, and
Right. Gotcha.
smaller font. I like this yellow against this purple too. Is it your call to action color most of the time, or no?
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
It is on that page.
Is this a button to join the wait list? Yeah, or just to join.
Yeah, to join the wait list. It's the course is closed now, so I just changed all of those.
I think the buttons instead of "Sorry we missed you" should be "Join the wait list." And "Sorry we missed you" can be a headline on above the call to actions, but the buttons themselves need to be simplified because they start to not look like a button if you have too much text in them.
Gotcha.
So that's what I would do. Move all this text above it and then just say "Join the wait list." Or "Don't miss us next time," or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, join the wait list is more positive than a sad feeling of sorry.
Yes. Yeah. I know that I told you to about the fonts. I would really like to see a different sans serif that's like, there's one called BBoss something or another. I'm gonna look and see if I can show you some fonts because do you use Canva?
Yes. Love Canva.
Come on, computer. I've got a lot of things going on right now, so
I know how it goes.
Come on, you could do it. So if you go into Canva and you look at the text, then it's going to show you some combinations, font combinations.
Yeah,
And so
there's usually so many that I get overwhelmed. Fonts.
there is. It is a lot. And I don't want you to like rethink all your fonts at all.
No,
Because
I
you've
want
already
to
got
keep it
a
simple.
few going on. But I don't think it would be bad to have an extra font that was heavier for your headlines so that it stood out. It really stands out to from everything else. And so it's just got a thicker feeling to it. Like just 1286. Here's one right here. If it'll do it. That is a thicker font. And it's not the same as these, but it's got the same feel. So let me show you what BBOS. And that's Oswald is what that one is.
Gotcha.
This is one of my favorite fonts for headlines because it's really nice and thick and it stands out without competing against the other sans serif that you've got going on for your body copy.
Gotcha.
And so that's what I would do with some of these headlines is look for a font that you can use that's the same style. It doesn't compete against your brand font, but it just adds that little oomph to it so that it's visually more appealing. The same with these crossheads you've got going on. I would add that big thick font. You've got some spacing right here. The line spacing is a lot. So bringing that spacing together, or makers got to make, teachers got to teach, putting that in that big font and leaving calling all artists in the font that it is, it will just add some differentiation between those two lines.
Looks good.
So is there anything else that you want me to definitely look at before we move to the next one?
No, you've given me a lot of time and I have a lot to think about. So I really appreciate that and think somebody else should go now.
Okay. Well, those big, adding that new font in that's thicker, I would just do it in strategic places, not all of these headlines that you've got in here.
Right. Just the main eye-catching things.
If you go in there and do that, like the next time you look at your page, you're going to be like, oh, wow, that really helps, you know?
I understand. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, Lyric, for submitting it and for being here. It's really good to have that interactive conversation. I think that helps kind of make this also so much more valuable for all of us, you know? So I really appreciate it. And a little love for this review. Little sound effects courtesy of wave.video. Cool. Let's move on to the next one. If we can do Lisa next, Lisa Potts, I'll tell you which link to look at because she sent 2 links.
Oh, okay.
So I just I see which one you're sharing. I think the one that she wanted the membership sales page, I think. The sales page, yeah. If you can look at the Google Doc, yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll invite her to come on the Zoom as well.
I'm going to look over this while she's coming.
Yeah. Do you need a quick break to go get a drink or anything, or you're okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'll let you know if I need to.
There's the question about what program running on, what is the website from? I'm assuming you're asking about Lyric's website. She's using New Zenler, if that's what you're asking. If you're asking a different question, let me know, but I think she's using New Zenler. Awesome. Yes, replays are available, absolutely, for 24 hours, and then it'll be taken down from the replay pages. And if you've got an all access pass, you'll get access to everything. Cool. Perfect. All right, we're seeing Lisa's, and then I'm just gonna give Lisa the link to join us. But you could just get started, and Lisa will join momentarily.
So first thing that I see is that this up here is really hard to read. I think this is probably your logo, but I can't read it. Yes, I can read it. messages from above with love, I want to see that in white or another color, and maybe even a yellow. It's too hard to read against that blue. But more importantly, that needs to be bigger. If that is your logo, let's make the logo bigger, as they say. Designers hear that all the time. But because it's so hard to read, and I'm not sure, is that a diamond in there? I would get rid of that, because in this header, that's just distracting from what you want them to see, which is the name of your business, or maybe the name of your membership. Yes. And I also want to see different font. I know I keep saying that, but this font is really difficult to read. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful font, but for your brand, people are going to see that and be like, I can't read it. I'm out. So I want you to think about, you maybe even use medium in this font, but the multifaceted, use something else. Because too much of a good thing is sometimes not a great thing. So the font is beautiful, but just use it sparingly. I would like to see this headline, this header. And I don't know much about your platform, but I assume that you can put a header that goes all the way across. Ron, I'm hearing some feedback. Is it okay on your end?
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Okay. So if your header kind of went all the way across instead of this three-step thing, I'm not sure what it is. So I would like to see this banner, this beautiful picture, be all the way across your website. With this logo a lot bigger, maybe even the size that the sunflower is now. Like, I want to see that logo a lot bigger because it's hard to read. And then fix those colors. I would also pull out the heart. I mean, you don't need it. It's not important for the header of this site. I love emojis on a landing page. I don't necessarily want to see them in the headline. It's a one of a kind intuitive development program. This copy right here online is, you could use it. You could keep it the way that it is, or it goes either way. It can go with this line, or it can go with this line. But for now, I'm going to say that it's with this line. I would pull that up under this line, make this font not bold, make it a lot smaller, so that Psychic Intuitive Development Program is what stands out. And I would make this font the same as this font, so that it just kind of reads better. And then maybe this is bigger. When I say the same as this font, the font that you're changing it to. All of this copy being in the same font right now, even though you've got the different color, the same font is hard for me to say, what does she want me to look at? So it can be not bold and a little bit smaller, or you can use a sans serif font for the support words like these and these. But you really want to get some emphasis on the name of the membership and what it is. So that's what I would do in that section. I like that you've got this button right here. It's mostly above the fold. They're ready to go. They're going to click on it. If you have a video, I would put it up here. This graphic, I would completely get rid of it or retype it as text only, because right now it is just a big graphic that's making your site probably load slower, and it's not helping your SEO at all, because the copy that's on this graphic is not searchable in Google. So I think it needs to be redesigned as actually part of your landing page instead of an image that you've dropped in. I've got two different things going here. I'm assuming the membership is the Multifaceted Soul Society, Clarity, Confidence, and Connection. If that's the case, I want to see that up here instead of the logo. Because if this landing page is about that, then that's what I want to see up here. I don't your logo is not that important at the point of sale, which is where they're at on this landing page. This sounds like a script that would be perfect for a video. So if you do take this graphic out, you could redo this as a video of you saying these exact words, and that will help bring some personal connection, and it will get rid of this image that's a little bit distracting. You know, I'm not sure where to look here. There's a lot going on. I think there needs to be some more copy that's convincing. Like right now, you're just talking about you. You're just talking about the membership. I want to see what it's going to do for me. I see that it's for highly sensitive and empathetic souls, but I want to feel that. So I want you to think about the entry for your landing page. What is it that they're feeling when they get here that would make them click that join button? Are they feeling down? Maybe you ask them a question. Maybe you give them a scenario. Imagine if your life was this way. That's a great way to start a landing page. Imagine if. That's also a great way to, if you use some testimonials, you can say, imagine if that was you. This person has said, my life has been changed so much by this membership, and you come in with your copy that says, imagine if this was you, and you could say these things about yourself. That's all possible with this membership. So those are some ways that you can start working in those pain points and how they're feeling. All of this copy down here, I want to throw it up here. This is because you've already lost me when I've looked up here and I've looked at the first few things and I'm like, this isn't for me. But this copy that you've spent so much time working on down here, it needs to come way back up here. This is beautiful. This is your hook. This is what's going to get people in. So I want you to remember, in the presentation I talked about, don't be afraid to reorder your copy. I want you to take all of this, break it up in sections, and start moving it around and see what makes sense. It's time to reawaken. This is a headline. I want it to be big and bold and powerful. It's going to be a crosshead so that when they're reading down this page, they know what to look at. Right now, I'm looking at these things that are boxed in. That's it. Because there's not enough differentiation between your headlines, or there's just color changes and bolds. I want to see some big fonts. I want to see some differences. Or you might be thinking, that doesn't deserve to be in a box. This does deserve in a box. Make that bigger, put it in the box. Take this, or you might be thinking, and put it outside the box right here. That will draw attention. It kind of frames the box so that, what if these intuitive abilities I have aren't real, legit abilities? That's drawing attention. This, I want to see this up here. Why join us? I want to see you talking to people. I would not have made it this far down the page to watch this video. So take this video and put it way up here. I want you to take a screenshot of this landing page and just start moving it around. Start cutting out some pieces. I want to see these testimonials moved in and worked in, weaved in and out of your landing page instead of all sectioned off. I know there's, everybody says this is the way that you're supposed to do testimonials. They come in number 13 in the list of 16 sections you should have on your landing page. But I want to see testimonials worked in all the way through, because that's what's going to speak to somebody and get them to want to join. Is this an image? No, that is. I would like to see this as a background image, again, that goes all the way across the page, and ready to join us for your soul's next big adventure. That looks like the first time you worked in that font in this whole page. And so I would get rid of it. Or maybe it becomes your font. It's not my favorite. I don't love those handwritten fonts unless they're those call outs that say, hey, did you see this? But I would change this font to one of the fonts that you're already using instead of just adding in another font way down here at the end. But I would also put it into the image, work that in instead of this being boxed in like this. Have this box spread all the way across the page, and this image is the background, and there's a button and there's text on it like that. I like this countdown timer, but I'm going to move it too. I'm going to move it way up here. I need to know that there's not any time left, you know? So I need to know that it's important, especially the last. Put a little timer up here at the very top. It's the ticker, and it tells you how much time they've got to join. That's going to put that scarcity and the urgency right in front and the first thing that they see. Maybe the pictures could be worked in a little bit better so that they're next to the copy. But let's see here. I would fix this so that it doesn't say here's my review. Just take this copy, type it out, pick out one thing that she said that is exciting. I'm excited for my future. That's an awesome thing for someone to say about working with you. Put that as a headline, as a small headline, like a small headline in a section. And it says, it's a crosshead in the section, and it says, I'm excited for my future. And then smaller, you type out her review without the first sentence. And then under that, you type her name and who she is, or, you know, how long she's been a member, or give some kind of detail about her. That's gonna really help a testimonial stand out. Iran, is she having trouble? Is she not going to be able to join?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. However, she said, this is brilliant, Kim. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. You are the answer to my prayers.
It's a lot.
Yeah. But I know she'll refer back to this replay and take some good notes. And also, you know, we've got Barbara saying the video comment gave me a lot of ideas, great suggestions. Remy said, love this direction. Susan said, great tips. Barbara said, it's so good to see all these examples, lots to learn. So lots of great feedback from people. Hunt said, great advice, thanks. So yeah, no, everybody's getting a lot of value seeing this, and this is awesome.
So is Cheryl next? I can't see any of your comments, so I'm just... I
know, it's okay. That's why I'm reading it out, because I know you can't see it. So the next one I'd like to review is Leah. And Leah's is actually, you actually don't have it. So give me 1 second. Let me just send it to you. Now, this is not 100% complete, but it's got quite a fair stuff there. I think it's good enough to get going on. So have a look at the messenger I just sent you. Yeah. Thanks, everybody, for their engagement. Remy, I did get your email. I replied just to answer the question, because Remy asked a question, but everybody wants to know. When is the co-working? What's going on that? So the co-working is going to happen when we're done with Kim. Kim has about, I think, another hour, give or take, approximately.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. So we'll kind of try to do another hour of reviews to just cramp as much as we can and give you some personalized advice. And then when we're done, we'll probably do a half-hour break, and then or less, whatever you like. And then I'll basically hop on a Zoom call. And then you guys can join me. If we haven't met face-to-face, Zoom style face-to-face, please come join me on Zoom. I'd love to meet you. And so that will happen later, and so on. Hillary said, so great, awesome. Elisa had a question, are my colors okay? Would you suggest different ones?
Is what?
Lisa asked, are my colors okay? Would you suggest different ones?
I do not like to offend people on their brand color, so I usually don't say. But what I would do is they're a little bit harsh. You know, like I like the color combination that you've got, the blue and the yellow, but I think looking at some different tones in those could really help soften it up and give a better presentation of what you're trying to convince people of, like the calmness. The blue that you got right now is like a royal blue, and it's real powerful, and I think that a calming blue would be better to help your brand kind of give what I think you're trying to get people to have, which is, you know.
Yeah. I think a good rule of thumb is you want the colors to add to the message versus take away and distract from the message, I feel, to some degree. Yeah. Anyway, lots to learn from, lots to practice. But yeah, let's move on to the next one. So, Cheryl jumping on a bandwagon. So I would love to have your input on my brown background and font colors. That's Cheryl asking that. On the page you did before. The page you did just before.
Art membership, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I would revisit the purple. I do like the purple. That was purple, right? I'm gonna look.
It was this brown and yellow background.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I've looked at a lot of pages here.
Yeah.
I like this taupe color, but I do think that there's not a whole lot of contrast between the black. And honestly, if you put some more contrast in this taupe color, you could use black as one of your headline colors, or, you know, you could use black as this color. The orange is a little bit much, I think. I think that it would be better suited if it was a black, if the taupe color wasn't so heavy. I like it. I think there's a lot of it. It darkens your whole page. And so I would like to see some color boxes, so that instead of this box, the supplies, maybe instead of it being that dark color, maybe it looks like your font is like a tan. Maybe the background of supplies is tan and the font is that taupe color. I think it will really help break up the whole page if you start working with those color boxes and working those in. I think that will lighten up your page a whole lot.
Yeah.
You are an artist. I want to see that color, but I need to see it, you know, in different ways.
Yeah. Awesome. Alrighty, let's go ahead and move to the next one, which is Leah. If you can find her, I sent her to you on Messenger.
Yes.
Yeah. And just in case somebody is wondering, the spin the wheel, we didn't have time to do it after Scott because we just didn't have time. We will do that one either after after she leaves, or we'll do it twice after we do the session with the CEO of Blue later. So we'll fit it in. I want to focus on your business versus a lottery. We'll do the lottery too, but you know, let's focus on what we can control. As much as I love to spin the wheel, but yeah. Cool. Cheryl said, got it. Thank you so much, by the way. And Lisa said, I like how you said tones. Yes, thank you. It's been a struggle for me. Awesome. So yeah, we got Leah's on. Perfect. All righty. Leah, if you want to also, I'm going to send you a link to join us. If you want to join us, you're welcome to do that. If you don't, that's okay too. But Kim will just go ahead and review.
Okay. So first thing that I would remove is this purple color right here. And the reason is because I don't see it anywhere else. Well, I do see it. I do see it in a few places. This might be the same. I don't think that's the same color. But it's really bright. And I think that you would be better off if you had a lighter color there. You don't have it very in very many places. So the purple color that's behind the facts is too, it's kind of makes my eyes strain a little bit because it's so bright and neon almost. But I love this background. I wish that it was above. When I got to this, when I was scrolling your page, I was like, there's a lot of white here. But then, and these colors are all a little bit, they're bright and they feel neon. So I like, more toned down colors. They work better for, they don't look harsh. And so I would like to see that purple color that you're using right here, which is beautiful. It's more neutral. I would like to see it worked in to your page up here more often. So let's start at the top. I love that you got this video, which is not you, it's Iran right now. But I assume you have plans.
Yeah, it's a placeholder. By the way, this placeholder is not just a placeholder; it's a placeholder to teach you how to record a sales video. So that's why it's a placeholder.
Yeah, and it's a good idea. Any of you that want to put a video in there, put this video in there to remind yourself, I need to record a sales video before my next launch. And so you can just watch his video and learn that way. I would like to see this font be more narrow and have that heaviness that we were talking about with like the BBOS font or something like that. Right now it looks, I'm not sure, but it looks like it could be like Arial or something. And for headlines, I like those bigger, thick fonts that really like stand out compared to the others. I'm liking the fonts that you're using for your body font. I just want to see it a little bit smaller because these are long sentences. And so I would like to see those sentences broken up a little bit. But even if you didn't break up the sentences, just making them a little smaller is going to get them to stop competing with your headlines and your crossheads and that kind of stuff. Use bold. Use bold every now and then. You've got, let's see. This is talking about the membership a whole lot in the beginning. So I would probably rethink, do just like I said on the other one, take a screenshot and just print it out and start cutting it apart and putting those in where it needs to go. You can also use Canva. Just put your screenshot into Canva and then crop out the sections and then rearrange them just a little bit. See what goes where, what should go where, and tell a story with your landing page. A lot of the pages that I've seen today don't look like they're telling me a story. And so when I come down here and I say, holistic healing for women seeking healthy bodies, mind, and spirit. So maybe, are you a woman seeking? But sometimes they don't know what they're seeking. Sometimes instead of healthy bodies, minds, spirits, and relationships, they think they're just looking for something to make them happy because they're sad. And so, hello, Leah, I see you now. And so reworking that as, are you a woman seeking? Are you a woman feeling? And put that emotion in that headline. But then I mind and body, this says a lot of the same thing that this does. So it doesn't tell me a story. I don't know what I'm looking at yet. And I'm, if you want to and you don't want to, this is nice. I would take out some of these that are great and make them bigger, make them stand out. Maybe even work some of them, like pick a couple of them. It's a lot to look at one time, like looking at this list. I think it's great that you have it, but I think maybe taking out some of these things. Are you tired of being alone on the holidays? That's a question up here. It's leading them into, and then maybe if you want to, is the solution. So you take some of these negatives and put them up here. Are you tired of Are you trying to heal without proper guidance and support? Continued pattern of self-sabotage. Like, use those as sprinkles in copy. Take this whole section and start using them as copy up here, and then have this be the solution that is leading them to. That tells me a story. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you don't know. Are you unsure of how to spot or avoid a toxic person that sucks your energy? That's awesome. That is something that could be a headline at the very top. I mean, any of these are going to be the emotions that we talked about for the headline. Any of those are going to work up there because it's going to keep them reading. And if they don't already know why they're here, and they run into this, they're not going to keep reading. If they don't already know that this is your membership. But if it's a question, or if it leads them into that feels like me, and makes them want to read more and be like, what is this page about? They're going to keep reading. And so that's why I would like to see one of these be your headlines versus what you've got right now. It's not about you. It's always about them in the beginning, because you got to keep them scrolling.
Yeah.
Here's what you'll get in the membership. I would almost, have you ever seen the product image shots of, I'm sure you have because you've seen Iran stuff. I'm going to show you an example really fast.
Which one?
Just a product image shot.
Yeah. Go to nativecode.com. Maybe.
I think I have one right here.
You do? Okay.
Yeah. Like this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just put, like, your membership, you probably feel like, oh, well, it's only a website, but you can put it in a tablet. You can put it in a phone. You can put it in a laptop. You can put papers up here. If you have handouts that come along with your membership, put them up here and fan them out behind the computers. And so that will really help when you're presenting your membership. What does that mean? Before you start, here's what you get in the membership. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
There is a template for that in if you go to the System.io website DIY course, Leah, there is a template for this product mockup that I shared as well. Yep. And a tutorial on how to set it up.
And any of you, if you need something that's going to lead them into, here's my presentation of my membership, start like a landing page. You're going to start with what they're feeling and why they're feeling that way and why they haven't been able to get out in the past. And then you're going to say, but things have got to change, and here's how. This is my membership. This is what you'll get in the membership. And then you start in on your bonuses and things. You've got to convince them up here why they need your membership before you even mention it. I love this. I love the introduction to you here. I would like to see it maybe be a little bit smaller. So maybe take some of these things and move them to another section. I'm not saying you have to get rid of them, but rework them. When I needed my own recovery to regain my life and self-esteem after several relationships with narcissistic partners. After several relationships with narcissistic partners can be a headline, a crosshead. It's going to keep me reading. And then you say, I didn't start out with a specialization. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Okay. And so it makes your about you, because a lot of times people are going to skip it. They're going to skip this whole thing, and your story is why you have your membership. Your story should be weaved in and out, just like testimonials should be weaved in and out all through your landing page. But you just have to make it about them if you are like me and you've been in, multiple narcissistic relationships with narcissistic people, then you know how it feels to the bullet.
Yeah.
So that's how you work your story and weave it in through the whole place. So it's really good to take that screenshot, crop, cut it up into sections and see where you can put things.
Okay.
And maybe it's just copying and pasting into a Google document and saying, I think this will be good here, and just kind of rethink your layout and your how that's going to look with everything, how the story is going to read, and then figure out what are the words that you need to highlight with the colors and things. I bet you started laying out this page, you started with your design and put your content in the blocks. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You
yeah.
didn't start on a Google Doc. You didn't start writing out your landing page and then put it in.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and I can kind of tell when people do that because it doesn't tell that story. It's just they plugged it into a template that somebody has told them this is how your landing page should be laid out. And so that the story is missing. And so that happens a lot. And it's because nobody's ever said, hey, start in a Google Doc and start writing out what you would tell if you were having a conversation with someone. What would you tell them before you told them about your membership? And so that's kind of how starting in that Google Doc and just writing it all out, it makes so much more sense when you're putting your landing page together to know what you want to highlight. Like, this is where it starts, and this is why it feels this way, and here's what you haven't been able to do about it, and here's my solution. And here's all the things that you get if you have the solution.
Okay.
I like the success path. I love the concept of the success path, but I don't think you necessarily need it as a headline.
Okay.
These are what we'll cover in the membership. This is the path. This is the journey we're taking in the membership. Something like that. The success path is, brand. It's Sue's brand basically, but are you ready to change? And then maybe you have something about that module. You have those module breakdowns. You suit up and show up. You have that module breakdown. What's the purpose of restoration of sanity and health? How does that help me? What and what does that look like? And you kind of explain all of that to them, and then farther on down here you give them the recap of everything. And that looks like that's what you've got here. Not quite. It's different, isn't it?
The success path and the modules
And the success path are different, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can kind of explain what that success path is, like where they're going to be when they follow it, then you're like giving them the customer journey. Like, wouldn't it be cool if you could carry the message to others and help others learn? Like, give them that story, build that story up for them by using the success path that you've created in the background. Use that to share their story. Here's where you are. Here's where you really want to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I like this. I like this module breakdown. This color is hard to read against because there's not enough contrast here.
Yeah.
So I would look at that and see if there's not something else that you could add. What is your call to action color? See this pink color?
I don't really have like an official. I still really haven't like decided 100% on my brand colors, but I definitely like the purples, as you can see.
I see that, but I think you need another color that's like, wow, that's important. And so I would like to see maybe a pink color, one of these. This looks really nice against this purple. But I would almost like to see something completely off the wall that you haven't used anywhere else. I'm not sure what that would be, but the purple, it's blending in too much. There's too much purple, and there's not anything that like differentiates. This pink color of this little icon back here, this little graphic, that could be a call to action color, or maybe that's some of your background colors, and the purple is your call to action color. You know what I mean? That purple is your headlines, and it's the call to action. I do not use call to action colors on hardly anything except the main headline. I don't use it on crossheads very much. I might use a tone of it on a background, but I don't use it in full force anywhere except the main headline and the call to action color, because I want those buttons to really stand out.
Yeah.
This, you're probably not finished. Are you? Do
No.
you feel like you're finished? Okay.
No.
None of
No.
us are never finished. This section, it's long. It's really wide.
Okay.
And so if you can kind of pull that in, it'll be easier to read these bulleted things, and then maybe put a background behind who is this for, or maybe this turns into that font that's like heavier and thicker and in its color. I would not use black for this if you're going to have black in the copy down here. And instead of words like this, you can say, I know what you're thinking. I'm not sure if this community is right for me. And then instead of saying this, or you can say, is this right for you? Instead of who is this for, you say, is this right? Is this community right for you? Like, what's something that they would say? How can you reword this to make it sound like they're the ones saying it versus disclaimer copy on an advertisement? You know what I mean? But if you want to work out a current toxic abusive relationship, this community is not for you. And maybe it's bigger, like if you want to try to make your toxic relationship work, this is not for you. And it's like a crosshead, because I'm skimming down, that's what I'm looking at. And so there's a lot of things, there's a lot of pieces in this that could be better headlines than who is this not for. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then you lead into the other pieces. You can also say, this is also not for you if da 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 da. But that headline, it's going to catch their attention. This is not for me if I want to. It doesn't say that. It says, if you want to work out your current toxic abusive relationship and keep living the misery that you're living in, this is not for you. It's also not for you if, and then you have your bullet points. But that sentence is going to grab them and say, I don't want, if you're worried about, what's going to happen to you in the middle of the night, this is not for you. You know what I mean? Like, this is for you.
Yeah.
This font right here, this is a lot to read. It's a big paragraph and it's a big font, and I'm not sure what you want me to look at. So when you go through and you look at these paragraphs, what's important, and pull it out, make it a crosshead. Make the other fonts smaller. Don't bold the whole paragraph. Just bold certain words that will help them kind of read. And their eyes are going to jump to those words, even if they're not reading the whole paragraph, because there's that variation in the paragraph.
Yeah.
I would like this button.
Yeah. I couldn't figure out. Yeah. I obviously could not figure out how to make that button.
So they're going to be, it's $20 a month. Click button below to schedule an onboarding consultation. So is that not a payment button? Is that not a buy button?
Well, no, because I want to screen everyone before I allow them in the membership. So I had trouble figuring out like how to make this button be, you know, like I want them to know what the price is, but I also want to have consultations before I allow people to just sign up.
I want to see that, what you just said, in this sales page. I want to see in a big, thick headline, your safety is our #1 priority.
Okay.
How we do that? Bullet points. We screen every single member in this community.
Yeah.
We do this to ensure that nobody is, spying on us, or we are very discreet. All the things that you do, but that your safety is our number one priority. That's really important for women that are scared for their life.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that is, and again, if you put it in one of these fonts you're already using, nobody's going to see it. You've got to go and get yourself a font that's going to be like, bam, right in your face. Yeah. And that's what you're going to use for these headlines and subheads. This headline right here, not subheads, the headlines and crossheads. The subheads don't need to be that font. The subheads have got to be something different. The subheads, I'm seeing your subheads as like being this or italic or something like that. But this font right here that you're using, it could be that, but it needs to be bigger. Okay. I like to see narrower, because it helps it be like less lines, but your space in between lines is too much.
For the headline?
Yes.
Okay.
If it was, let me see, I think I already closed Canva, but no, it's right here. So
oh, one line.
Just the difference between that and that. You see the difference? It just kind of pulls it. And I also would like to see what it looks like in title caps. The font's not doing very good here. This font is called League Spartan. Anything that's League, I really like for headlines. I think it's nice. It's a nice thick font. You see how it's just a little bolder than like an Arial or something. And then put some line spacing in there, and then it pulls itself out of that Arial, and it's going to be like, this is what I want you to look at. You know what I mean? Instead of an Arial is just, or a Helvetica. I'm not sure what you're using, but it's something, one of those simple fonts that we're using. But if you're going to do that, that's what I would say. We're at the call to action, which I'm not sure where that's at here. Okay. Before they get down here and find out that they've got to get a consultation, I want you to make that main focal point.
Okay.
If that makes sense. And then when they click that button, they know exactly why. So, gotcha. And maybe even say it again at the bottom. Why do we require consultations? Because or put it on this page what they click on to join, which is not, it's not, coming up, but your Calendly, you're probably getting it set up. So yeah, I think it's a lot. It's, you've got a lot of content. It just needs to be reworked. It needs to be reorganized so that it tells that story that they need to go. Is there anything else you want me to comment on?
No, I mean, this was great. I mean, I'm definitely gonna book a call with you though, because I just do things so much easier when I have somebody kind of walking me through things.
Yeah, I can do that. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
On my site on bloomfieldavenue.com,
Mm-hmm.
there's a free consult. So
Consultation.
anybody
I saw that.
that wants to, get with me and figure out, I can give you some exact steps on what to do next if it's too much. Because sometimes it is overwhelming when you get all of it.
Yeah. I mean, Iran and Peter know, like, it's when they walk me through it in real time and I change it in real time, like, it's just easier for me to process. So,
Yep.
I mean, I'll definitely watch the replay and implement as much as I can of what you said. But I definitely would love to take advantage of the free consult, and we'll see what more we can do with it. Yeah, this has been a great help. I really appreciate your time.
Well, reach out anytime.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome. All righty. How are you doing there, Kim?
Good. Still don't have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, you do that. Go for it.
No, I don't. I still don't.
Oh, you don't? You're good? Oh, okay. No worries. Cheryl said, so much great info. Thank you, Kim. Sorry, I have to run now, but will be applied a lot from the presentation. Barbara said something smart. Someone told me to reuse removed copy from a landing page that was repeating the same message as text and contents for social media posts and ads. Absolutely. So any content you create, that's why I love using Google Docs up front to create my content first, because even though my landing page will end up being different to what the Google Doc is, it's still a good place for me to dump everything that's in my head, and then I can repurpose it for other use cases as well. So I definitely recommend, if you're building a sales page, landing page, whatever, type it up on a Google Doc first.
Absolutely.
Because it will be reused. Like, it's just, you have to do that. You have to do that. You're just wasting so much of your energy and efforts by not doing it that way.
And you'll get halfway down your page and think you're almost done and be like, I forgot to add a whole section. You need to start with a Google Doc, and it's all over the 16 sections of a landing page. Start with those headlines and start filling in the blanks. And then you can move them around. It's so easy, and you're just dealing with text. You might bold a couple things or italicize some things or underline, but you do not worry about design until you are done writing. You think you're done. It's going to change again when you start plugging it in.
Totally. Hans said, thanks so much, Kim. Excellent pointers. Awesome. Good. How much time do we have before you gotta bail to do your next thing?
I have about an hour and a half. So.
Wow. There you go. Great beauty. Now, I had a few messages from people asking about the co-working. I'm not doing the co-working while I have Kim's attention and expertise on hand. So we will do that for sure, but we'll make use of Kim's time first, and then we will jump into co-working after that. So let's move on to the next one that we have. So let me just have a look. Okay, so we did Cheryl, we did Lisa, we did Leah. Let's see if we could do Hillary. Next, we have Hillary, communitybloom.org.
Is that in the Google Doc?
Yeah. Hillary, if you're there and you'd like to hop on a Zoom, you're welcome on the call. You're welcome to do that.
Oh, very nice. I like these colors that are going all the way across. I like these backgrounds.
Bonnie said, thank you, Kim, for your support once again. And then message to me. Okay, thanks, Bonnie. Appreciate it. Yep, great Lisa, I'll be reaching out. Okay. It's been amazing. A lot of happy people, Kim. And then, Hillary, I'm not sure if you're there or not, but if you are, would be great for you to join. If not, that's okay. Okay, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, she's here. So you can go ahead and get started, Kim, and then I'll bring on Hillary.
So I've said this over and over and over again today, but I'm going to say the opposite. And that is, I want to see your fonts a little bit bigger. And that's because this is an image. So I want to see you bring this out and make it into copy so that Google's catching it with your, it's helping your SEO. Right now, this image isn't doing anything for you. It's beautiful, but I need to see this layout as something that I can copy and paste. So it needs to actually be text instead of being that image. You can keep this image and just have 2 columns with your headline, but this font needs to be bigger. It's hard to read, especially for, midlife women. Sometimes we lose our, we can't see as well. So we need to have those big fonts. I love your difference, the size difference between your crossheads and subheads and your font sizes, your body copy. You've got it really going on for your sizes. You've got your sizes really great. Even this font is one of those simple fonts that we've talked about on some of the other pages, but the size difference between this and this, the body copy, lets me know what I'm supposed to look at. And so I think that is wonderful. What you've got with your font sizes are really good. I would like to see this Join Us be a different color because it's not quite standing out. I'm thinking that might be your call to action color. No, it doesn't look like it. You've got, nope. So it doesn't look like you have a call to action color, or maybe it is that Join Us. Where was that? I lost it. Right here, but I think that you could use something a little bit brighter or use it as a button, and that will help that red kind of pop out. It's kind of a burgundy color. So, but the Join Us, maybe have that underlined. That'll make a difference. But that will tell people that that's a link instead of just copy. I like this video going on. I wonder if it shouldn't be up here, if it shouldn't be closer. I would need to watch the videos to see. I'm not sure. This warm welcome is about you, possibly, because from Hillary. So I'm wondering if this is just talking about your community. It looks like a lot of the stuff going on up here is talking about the community. Another image here that needs to be pulled out. And you can use these circles. This is your success path, probably. So you can use the circles in this text, their titles, as their captions, as an image, big, long, wide. But I would take the "We believe every midlife woman has a superpower waiting to be unleashed" out of that image. Same for this text down here. So let's see. I don't love this to be the first thing that I see. I like choose a plan. I like to have that button up here. I'm not sure. Do you know what platform she's using or on?
I think it is Wix.
Okay.
It's either Wix or Squarespace from recall.
Okay. It sort of looks like Uscreen, and the experience I've had with it is that it's hard to have it do certain things, and probably Wix and Squarespace are the same, like for their membership. So it may not be something that you can adjust, which is sometimes the reason why I like to have different platforms that are that are not.
We're exploring moving over elsewhere.
Okay.
So
Okay. That's what I would do here. I would take this. I love the button. I do. I think that it needs a color that actually is the call to action color, maybe that red color. But I think it needs to go under the image. And possibly this image has the headline on top of it. And the headline is not Community Bloom membership. The headline is more like, we believe every midlife woman has a superpower. What's yours? Or something like that. That's more emotional. And it speaks to midlife woman. It speaks to their, waiting to be unleashed. It speaks to their emotions. That headline does. This doesn't speak to my emotions. This says she's trying to sell me something. So the first thing that I want to see on any sales page is something that's going to talk to me as the reader without trying to sell me something. I want you to tell me why I'm here before you even introduce your membership. But all of this content right here, all these images, and probably the warm welcome and what is Community Bloom, I want to see all of this move down to about here. Maybe, hi there, I'm Hillary. Maybe it's after that. Because I don't want to know about the community until you've convinced me that I'm in the right place. So I would say this part right here. Are you a woman longing for a place to belong? We see you, we hear you, we understand. You are not alone. This whole section needs to come up. This is why I'm here. I'm feeling disconnected. I'm feeling invisible. This is bolded and italicized. This is underlined. Do some different things with these words. Make this all caps. That's going to put some differentiation in those words in this sentence, so it doesn't feel like a big long sentence anymore. All of a sudden, if I'm feeling lost, and lost is all caps, that's what's going to jump out at me. If I'm feeling invisible and it's bolded, that's the thing that's going to jump out at me. So this speaks to different types of people. So using different types of font styles of the same font family will help have those words jump out at them if they're already feeling that way. Have you ever wondered, am I crazy, and starting to question your physical, mental, emotional, and have you ever wondered, am I crazy? That's big. I mean, that's a big headline, and it's going to jump out at me. So as I'm reading down the page, it's one of those crossheads. Have you ever wondered, am I crazy? And this, and starting to question, becomes just a copy underneath it. And it's in this font that it's in right now. But this part right here is bigger, and it's the crosshead. We see you, we hear you, we understand. You are not alone. This is working them into, we've got something for you. That's why it needs to come above the introduction to the membership. And then you can even say, at this point, let's say this whole section from here, the picture on down to here, and probably this needs to come up to the top, because you can even say, with us, women feel empowered, find connection, and bloom. They grow together. They share wisdom and experiences as healthy, empowered, and fulfilling community women. We are Community Bloom. Maybe that's the first time you introduce the membership. And then you have a picture of the digital product, like I showed earlier, with the different screens, and your membership pictures are in those screens. And it makes it feel like your digital product is actually bigger. It shows the impact that your product can do by showing all of those screens. You're worth the investment. I would not put that at the top. It needs to come down here when you're giving your price objection questions. When you're talking about price objections down here, like, I'm not sure this is worth it. Tell them why it's worth it. Is it worth it not to? How long have you been feeling this way? How long have you been feeling lost? Is it really?
lets me know what I'm supposed to look at.
Hello.
I just invited Hillary to join as well.
I see her.
Awesome.
I forget where I was at. Oh, your pricing objections. So that part, I really do like your page. I love your fonts, your cleanliness of the page. I think that you could break it up into sections a little bit more, like having this type of image, not the image necessarily, but like how it goes all the way across the page, breaking up those sections with color boxes some. And of course, sprinkling some testimonials in there when you can. If you don't have any, that's fine. But, as they come in, just start sprinkling those in. But your order is just a little off because it's got you're about your community first and then trying to convince them. But you need to convince them and then introduce your community. So, can you tell me about these videos? What's in this one?
That should be my introduction about the community, and I definitely have. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. That definitely should be like my face on there, but I thought, oh, do people really want to see my face? And so I put in flowers.
I don't mind. I don't mind that. I think that this could be bigger, this headline, but I'm wondering where the videos go. So maybe watch all 3 videos that I think you've got 3 on here. Watch all 3 and see which one is less about the community and more about them. And if they are all three about the community, see what you can splice together into make one video about the community, and then create another video that is you trying to speak to them as make it mostly about them, and then say, if this is you, I think you're going to enjoy Community Bloom. And then, give them a couple little bullet points at the end of your video and say, if that sounds like something you'd enjoy, look below, or whatever, you know what I mean? I'm not good at scripts just out of nowhere, but a video script would be mostly about them, and then at the end, and that's the video that I want to see way up here. And well, not necessarily there, but like in this section, because it's going to keep them on the page. A video usually keeps them on the page, and it leads into the copy that you've got. I want to see all of these images become text. It's beautiful. It really is. It's just not helping you at all with SEO at all. But I love the backgrounds being colored. So just when you're laying those out, do that. And I know it can be hard to get websites to do like you can do in Canva. I know that, but it's worth it. It's worth every headache, because it will help your SEO so much better.
So the SEO only picks up if it's actually words.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It won't pick up these images. Mm-hmm. And it makes it hard for people to read too, and it slows your load time for your page. So if it can be text, then it needs to be text.
I think Hillary also brought up, because I emailed everybody asking for their #1 challenge, and Hillary brought up, potentially moving my websites anyway as well. So I think I sent you a video to compare Zenler and System for you to have a look at. So have a look at that, and then join the co-working. We'll have a chat and kind of make a decision. Benefit of System is also they will actually rebuild what you already have, because you do have a nice page, actually. Yep. They'll actually rebuild it on System for you as well. So you don't have to go through that. And then we can go back in and edit based on Kim's suggestions. So
yeah, you can even move the sections around. If they rebuilt it for you, you could go in later and move those sections around. It's so much easier that way.
Yeah.
Your content is awesome. The words you're saying are great. You just need to move those sections around. Your font sizes are really good. But break up the page a little bit with, color bars, because you're going to lose those images, those beautiful images you've got right now. You're going to lose them. So use the color bars to do that, to give that same effect, and reorder some things. And that's pretty much it.
Fantastic. Well, that's why I need Iran. That's why everybody needs Iran, because it's like, Iran, here's the problem. I've got all this awesome content.
Yeah.
Where do I put it all? Create a huge brand together. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Awesome. That was awesome, Kim. We had a question as well from Caitlin, which I think is kind of relevant. Is there a word font that goes with Garamond? Garamond has serifs.
Yes, and I love that font too. Just so, I think that any sans serif is going to go with it. That's the key, is if you use a serif font, and for a headline, you're going to want it to be bold. If you use it, and I would probably try to keep my headline to be 2 lines if it's going to be a font like Garamond, because it's got so much going on. When you get to 3 lines, it's a little bit distracting. I like 2 lines anyway for most headlines, but along with it, I would go with a lighter font, like, actually, Montserrat is one of my favorites for. Does that kind of make sense? Like, and I would change my colors, of course. Your headline's going to be your brand color, which I don't like any of these, but I'm going to pretend like I do. That one's not bad. And so it stands out like that. And then I would probably use a gray color instead of black, just so that it's not that bright. It's not so harsh on your eyes. You see the difference between that gray and the black? And you can obviously see, this is the headline, this is the text below, but those are good fonts. This is Garamond and Montserrat. I would put less line spacing, of course, and not put bullet points, because that's not what I wanted to do. And so it just reads really well together. Rubato. Sometimes I don't say the names of fonts correctly.
We all mess it up.
We all do. A condensed would be really nice. It's bold right now, but that would be really nice. A condensed is, narrower, and it works well. Anything that doesn't have a lot going on is going to work well with any serif font that you've got. You need an accent that doesn't have a lot going on. If I used Times with this, it'll look terrible, because they're competing against each other.
Yeah.
Like,
awesome.
What am I supposed to look at, So using that sans serif font is the way to go.
Great question, Caitlin. Thanks for that. Awesome, Hillary. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Amazing, Kim. I'm taking notes. It's fierce. I've been working and co-working while you've been coaching everybody else. I've been implementing everything that you've taught us, and so appreciate you, Kim Paul.
Be proud of what you've put together, because you really are in a good place. Just a few little, making those images text major. Yeah.
I think I called Iran the night before I was launching, and I was panicked, and he said, I got bad news for you. You got to remake that stuff in your website. You can't just Canva it. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I know.
You're always honest. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. We'll be in touch. Once you had a look at that video, let me know.
Perfect.
Awesome. All righty. Caitlin asked, what is the fonts page? I think you were using Canva, right, to show?
Yes, I just use a whiteboard in Canva.
Whiteboard on Canva. Yeah.
It's just a design, and you can just keep scrolling and, keep designing.
Yeah.
But if you guys don't know what your fonts are, look in Canva and look at some of these that they've already put together for you, and see, obviously you're not going to use this on your website, but see about some of the fonts that they've put together in this text area. It's a good place to start.
Yeah. And another disclaimer, depending on what software you're using, some of them have a limitation on fonts and you can't upload a custom font. So you just need to be aware of it. Like System gives you all the fonts, but also gives you an option to upload fonts. Zenler has the fonts and that's what they give you, and that's that. So you just got to be aware, depending on the software you're using, there's also some limitations. So be aware of that. So
do a Google search for Google font pairings and start clicking on these links and look at some of the fonts that go together. And it's an amazing tool. I mean, all kinds of people put these out, and they've got your headline font and then what font you're supposed to use with them. So it really does help a lot.
Yeah, totally. And part of this, for the all access pass and all that, this is where we'll document a lot of these things as well, because there's only so much we can kind of teach and go over. And then there's actually some extra resources that really, they're so good, like we're reviewing it because we've kind of studied these things, we've kind of played with it, but there's actually resources that are, you literally can browse for a page. It will tell you, here's 20 different fonts that go together, pick one, and you're done. Like you really don't have to spend more than 5 minutes.
You can do the same thing with colors. But
That's right.
I'm a designer and I love branding, but if you are spending so much time on your brand that you're not launching, you have a bigger problem than branding. Like, action is always better than something looking pretty every time.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty, awesome. I've got a couple other that I think will be rapidly done. The one I sent you on Messenger just now, I think it's a good one because it's actually in German. So we're gonna basically completely ignore the text and we're gonna purely give a design look and feel feedback on. I think that'll be nice. And it's not overly long either, so it's kind of handy to have a page like that. I think it'll be good, Let me know once you have it up. I'm just looking at your screen.
I have it.
There you go.
Okay, I'm going to just scroll for a minute. I like these sections. I like the color bars a lot. Okay, so I don't know that I want this to be the very last thing that I see. I think I would probably add some facts in here, like some questions that people are asking, or, okay, convince me, why is this pricing, that kind of stuff. But I'm really liking the way this is. I would like to see a person's picture with this testimonial. And I'm going to take this testimonial real fast and show you guys what I mean when I'm talking about testimonials. So this is hard to see what it says because it's all the same words. So instead, I'm going to, that's not great. Oh, this is, hold on. There we go. Put it in a simple font. And I can't read this, obviously, because, I speak English. But this is going to be the name of the person right here, this certificate. It's in a small font. This is going to be in a small font. But I'm going to pull something out of this testimonial because it's so long and hard to read. I'm going to pull something out of this testimonial and I'm going to pretend like this is an important sentence, even though I have no idea. And I'm going to paste it in a different font. And this is what your testimonial is going to look like. Instead of having that big long paragraph, all of a sudden you've got, and then you're maybe going to put quotes around it, around this headline. So you're putting a headline, a crosshead onto this testimonial. All of a sudden, this has improved your design, and then you're going to have a picture that's a circle over here, and we're going to pretend like this is a person, their picture. And so all of a sudden, you've got a testimonial that's laid out nicely, and as somebody's scrolling your landing page, they're like, oh, I like this membership. And then they're going to read the testimonial. But sometimes when you just have these long testimonials, they're really hard to read. So I would make this not bold and then take out one piece of it that is, you know, impactful, and make that a headline for this section. I really like your font choices, and it looks like your fonts you're using mostly the same font. You're just bolding, and this looks like a black version of the font, which is a little like heavier. And so it's great that the font choices that you've done are really good. I wonder if you can do something else with this bullet point. It's probably just automatically like that. If that's the case, I would use a hyphen instead of the automatic bullet points, just because they're so big. They're so big. The dots are so big. On a Mac, you can use Option 8, and sometimes that will create your bullet point, and it'll be smaller. This, I'm assuming, is a testimonial picture or your picture. If it is you, I would just put an introduction over here. This, and try to keep it in this space, because that's really all people need to know, a little bit about you. This is a lot here that's not broken up. And so maybe add some bolds, pull out a crosshead and make it not this size, because this size is your all the way down. You've got, this is what I'm looking at, but maybe it's italicized and just a little bigger than the body font. And add some bold and italics and underline some things in these big long paragraphs just so they read a little better. If you can convert them into bullet points, that would be really good too. It's also really wide. So if you can narrow that in to about here, if you can see where my mouse is, right where that D is, that's like the margins, and then bring it in on the other side about here, then it will be a longer section, but it's still going to fit into my screen, which is great. And it's going to be easier to read, because those long sentences, when you've got narrower margins, they're harder to read. So just pulling that in and then breaking those sentences up into little sections are going to make it easier to read. I would like to see this image, if it's going to stay as an image, fill up the whole screen instead of just being in the center like that. Of everything that I see on this page, this is the thing that doesn't fit into for me. I'm not sure. This is probably just a random quote. And so I think that would look better in another place instead of just being in the center like that. Of everything that I see on this page, this is the thing that doesn't fit into for me. I'm not sure.
Marcia, if you can turn off your YouTube, because otherwise we cannot.
And so I would.
Okay, you just keep going, and I'll make sure she knows what to do.
Okay. So this quote, I don't know if I would box it in and put it somewhere else. I don't think it deserves to have, a highlight at the top of your screen, unless your membership is about this person that said it. Like, I just think that the quote needs to be somewhere else. If it's an accent, I like this picture a lot. This with the sky, the purple
just I don't know if I would box it in and put it somewhere else. I don't think it deserves to have, a
Marcia?
highlight at the top of your screen, unless your membership.
She disappeared. Okay, keep going.
So the purple sky, it's pretty, but it looks like it's been overly photoshopped, maybe. So it could be a background for the whole thing, but the transparency's got to come down. It's a little bit distracting. I would like this photo to be the background more so than the purple sky. So if you can make this photo take up this whole background area, and I don't know what this says, but if it is your membership, which has been a theme through today, I would change that and let it be something that speaks to your person versus the title of your membership. And the same thing goes as if your list, it looks like you probably don't talk about your membership benefits and stuff until you get down here because you've got those bullet points, but kind of move those sections around if that is the case, because you're leading them on a story why they should be joining. Looks like it might be your homepage. Let's look. No, just kidding. So this is a landing page, and you probably can't get rid of this navigation. Ron, do you think, can they get rid of navigation in New Zenler?
They actually can, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would get rid of that if this is a landing page.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the sign in is fine. It doesn't hurt, but these other pages, you don't.
She would need to get rid of the whole thing, including the sign in, actually.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
there's actually a workaround for that.
Yeah. So that's what that goes for anybody else too. Sign in's not terrible. It looks like I might have froze for a minute. Okay. So that's what I would say about this one. Should we move to the next one? One more thing I would like to see is a different call to action color. So right now you're just using the black.
Yeah. You're not frozen at your end. You're frozen in my end. So that's what it looks like to you, but it's all good.
Okay.
One thing I will mention about these buttons, just specifically on New Zenler, these are the default buttons that they give you. You don't want to use them. You want to recreate that because this one is uncustomizable. So you don't even want to use those specific things. You actually want to create that payment option differently because then you can customize it, because you can't make it, because this is thin. You can't make it a bit wider. Like you can't do any of that stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely customize, because you're going to want different colors.
Yeah.
You've got beautiful colors here. I just want to see one that's really going to pop on that buy now button. And maybe a different text than buy now, but
Yeah.
I don't speak your language, so I can't tell you what it should say.
Yeah. Awesome. Great feedback. You ready for one more?
Sure.
This one's really short and sweet. So I think we can tackle it rapidly. This is from Barbara. So we can do that. And then there's another one, but I just need to check. They said they sent it. I just have to look at. So look at Barbara's. It should be shouldn't be long. And then I'll see this another one as well. And for everybody's just info, I basically postponed the co-working by an hour just because we're still going here. So we'll do the co-working at 4 p.m. US Eastern as opposed to 3, just because we're still going. So, and then obviously I think people will want to take a break, maybe go have some food and whatever. So, yeah.
Okay. I don't scroll at all on here. It looks like we need to have this logo a little bit bigger because I can't read when it says next and best chapter. That's nice. I think that it needs to say that here in a font, not your logo necessarily, because I'm assuming this is probably for midlife. But I can't tell for sure. I don't really. Why is it the most supportive community? I don't know what this community is. So I'm going to need a lot more information before I click on here to have a juicier life. What does that mean? What does it mean to have a juicier life? What's wrong with my life right now? That's what I'm thinking as a person that's visiting this page. Time to get inspired and make some decisions. An 8-week program designed to, this copy right here looks like disclaimer copy. So if you can break this up, and I mean, people don't want an 8-week group program. They want to feel more fulfilled. They want to stop being sad when they wake up in the morning. They don't want a membership portal. They don't want full access of the growing library of masterclasses. They want that feeling that they're going to get by implementing the tools that you give them. So that feeling of joy, more joy. There's Jenna Kutcher told us once, you can have more time, more money, or more joy. That's everything that you're selling. It has to give them one of those things. So it looks like yours is probably about joy. And so rethink your introduction to be, why do they not have joy right now? And what would they feel like if they did have joy? And start putting that in there. Because this, if I'm already sad, reading Don't Miss Out and not being involved in a supportive community makes me more sad. So I think this button text, I'm ready to live a juicier life, could be, are you unfulfilled with your life, as the headline. And then kind of give them some bullet points as to why. And then say, keep me posted or join the wait list or something like that. I need a whole lot more information about the membership on this page to get me to sign that button. No, to click that button. Because I'm not going to sign up right now. I'm not convinced. I'm not even sure it's for me. So if that makes sense.
Excellent. Excellent. We got one more, and that will pretty much bring us to the wrap of the day. So have a look at the messenger.
Okay.
There's a link there. If you're still with us, please leave a comment. Let us know your biggest takeaway from today, because this has been intense amount of work.
Yeah. You notice the last one I didn't talk about the design at all, because it doesn't matter. Because I don't know, it doesn't matter if it looks good. Because the content's not there, I'm not even, the design does not matter yet. You have to have the right words before it matters what the design looks like. If that makes sense.
100%. If anybody wants to leave a comment, your biggest takeaway from today, from Kim's input and everything, I would say that definitely the sequence, to me, I think where people are really tripped up is the sequence of getting things done. To me,
absolutely, yeah.
The sequence is where you're getting overwhelmed, because if you don't follow a sequence, you're trying to like jump 5 steps at the same time, and you don't know which way to go. And the sequence, if I was to break it down, number 1, open up a Google Doc and type up the content. If you don't know what the content is or what to write because you're blank, get some question prompts on what those things are, or get some topic prompts. For example, who is it for? Who is it not for? What are the features? What are the benefits? What am I getting out of it? What are the bonuses? Whatever the things are, right? If you don't even know that, that's okay too, and you struggle to put that together, great. Grab a friend and have a list of questions that your customers ask you. and have them interview you on Zoom and record the call so they can ask you. So you could just have a coffee conversation with somebody and have that conversation and get it transcribed. So you all of a sudden you have text that is written based on a human conversation. Okay, so these are just like 3 different hacks to just get the copy down. Then you can pretty it up. Of course, you can get a second pair of eyes to have a look and so on, and put as much content as you can. That is step 1. Forget design, forget what software I'm going to use, forget who do I hire, forget whatever, okay? Get the content out of your head, brain. When you're done, then we move to the next step, which is the design.
And forget what people have told you. I mean,
Yeah.
like it's great to have all the advice, but like when you're talking about your customer, you know what's going to convince them to talk to you, because you're the one that's been talking to them. You're the one that they come to with the questions. The first time they come up to you, the question that they ask, that needs to be at the top, because that's what's going to catch their attention. And it's okay. There are all kinds of, this is the order it needs to go in, but for your person and for your membership, it can be different. It's okay to change it. It's okay to test it. That's what's great about landing pages.
That's right. Always be testing.
Yes, always.
Always be testing. ABT.
Yep.
Alrighty, we've got the last one for today, and that's Rebecca Blast, we're gonna review. And yeah, this was built on System.io. And yeah, let's go through that one.
Rebecca, I like this font. And I would not say that if you'd used it in a bunch of different places. I like it because I can tell it's your brand font. This is what you've decided to use, and you've used it with a sans serif. That's so important because it does not compete. They don't compete with each other. So good job using that fun, branded font, but mixing it up with something else. If you had written that whole thing in that font, it wouldn't work. But because you mixed it up, it works well. The monthly membership, micro habits for manifesting. I would probably pull this in another section and just put a question up here for a headline. Are you feeling? Or I don't always love questions for headlines. Sometimes I like the isn't it hard? Like the I know how you're feeling. Isn't it hard to feel this, and this? You may be feeling. Sometimes I like that for headlines versus questions, especially those headlines that are like question after question after question. Sometimes I feel overwhelmed. Like, why are you asking me so many questions? That stresses me out. So sometimes I don't love questions, but I would put something big headline here, and then maybe move that monthly membership, like I said, with the other things we've been talking about today, into why do you want me to do this, and then introduce your membership. Your sales page doesn't have to be a big long thing, but it does need to flow in an order of why, convince me, what does it do for me? What is it, and what does it do for me? Can you rewrite this to be more about you? I would like the font to be a little bit smaller. It looks like this font, they're not the same size, but your paragraphs will kind of run on a little bit. So pull those margins in, and probably not bold. That will help. It looks like all of this is bold, and then all of this is bold. So if you unbold it and then just bold those certain words, like pick those words out to highlight. That's what Mark Twain would tell us to do. So are you ready to get clear what you really want? Those are the kinds of things that you can highlight, underline, italicize, energy habits, manifester. These are the types of people that you're talking to. Maybe this is your headline, and that's what jumps up here into this area, and it's bigger, and it's in that like this font, but like 10 sizes bigger. I like the membership includes area. I think that you could put boxes around each one of these, and it'll feel a little bit more like they're not just text. I think it'll give it a little interest to look at, because right now they kind of, they kind of just look like they're hanging out. And I think that if they had boxes, it would kind of contain them. They need little containers, or circles. Circles would work too. This is an image, I assume. Yep. So this needs to become text. It is your success path. I would maybe use words differently. Like we talked about earlier, you're living your purpose. You are freedom. You are living your purpose. Maybe that's the crosshead. And then you are consistent. Consistency. And that's highlighted. That's bolded. You're learning. Energy habits. That's bolded there. And I would like to see this just laid out instead of it being an image, of course, because it's going to help with your SEO. But I would lead them into these things. Like, this is your journey, instead of referring to it as the success path, because people that are joining, they're not really familiar with what that means. And the payment it's in a kind of a weird place. It is a short landing page. I get that. But maybe this payment comes down here and there's just a couple call to action buttons worked in. I would like to see your call to action button be a different color, even if it's this purple, because, well, it can't be the purple. Even if it's a different tone of gold, that might help too. Or the join today, if it had when I scroll over it, if it turned into a different color. I like a red color would look nice. See how the red in my my browser, it would look nice with that purple, and it would be a really great call to action color for you. And then just go through and highlight the words that are important. I think that will help your page for sure. Okay, Aaron, I think that's
amazing. Cool. Fantastic. We got some nice little feedback for you. So Hillary said, wow, I learned so much. Choose the fonts and colors and move forward. Barbara, takeaway, Google Doc and reorganizing everything. Absolutely. Marcia, biggest takeaway, first Google Doc, pairing fonts, pairing colors, highlighting. Absolutely. Lisa said, such incredible content to pull from. Capturing a testimonial title was huge for me, and adding a photo, telling a story, and SEO, typing instead of photo images. Absolutely. Barbara said 100% on all your points. Thanks. So many takeaways. Thanks, Kim, from Marcia as well. And Rockstar Expert Typography and Formatting. This was such an underrated session. I already knew it when I saw your slides. I thought, this is going to be so freaking good. Yeah, awesome. We'll pretty much wrap it up here. I think we've really made the most out of it. Unless I missed somebody, I actually think we actually reviewed every single sales page, landing page, lead magnet that was submitted to me. Yeah, between you, Beth, Elena, unless I missed something, I think we actually did every single person. And maybe there's a couple of sales pages we missed, but that person submitted 2, so we reviewed 1, but everybody got something. So awesome. And great job, Kim. I really, really, really appreciate you. And of course, when I'm ready to do my next little publication, I'll be hiring you for that, obviously, as usual. And yeah, I will write, like I said at the beginning or if every interview, I'll write a blog on each speaker so they get the SEO juice out of it and evergreen content to promote them as well. And then, of course, any of her services and all that will be listed there so you can connect with her to get help or whatever. If you are going to connect with her, please be a paying customer. Like, she's just giving you 3 hours of her time for free already. Let's not milk her for more free consults. Okay. Like I understand that, you need help, but pay her for her time. Okay. Pay her for her time, and her time is valuable. And that's very important. So she's going to get paid for this session as well, because I value her time, and you should not just be doing free consults because it's being offered. Okay. So do that. And just a little disclaimer. I think it's important.
I love helping people.
Yeah, of course. And the thing is, I know you do, and I know you would. And that's why I'm saying it, as opposed to you saying it, where you're just going to be like you don't want to be a bitch. You want to be, you're like, I want to help people. So I'm going to be your gatekeeper here. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously, if you want to do the free consult, it's fine. But, pay people for, just like you want people to pay for your time, be willing to pay for someone else for their expertise, for their time. So, because this was so helpful, so detailed, and freaking awesome. So really, really appreciate you. And I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Thanks so much for having me. I had fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Absolutely. We did so much stuff. This is the last review we've done. So we'll take a break now for 40 minutes. Everybody welcome to go take a break, go eat, whatever you want to do. I'll be on Zoom in 38 minutes. So you can join me there if you want. If you don't, that's okay too. And we can just do some co-working. I know I've got work to do, so if somebody wants to join, welcome to do that. And just important reminder, obviously we have Manny, the CEO of Blue, shortly in a few hours. We have him for learning about hiring virtual assistants. And it's more importantly, we're going to cover effective delegation, okay?
Yes.
Which everybody needs in their life, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, just to give you context, Manny has an agent. The reason he started Blue, and I'll go over it, is because he needed a project management tool, because he actually was running an agency, a creative agency of web design, landing pages, app development, and all that with 30 plus people remotely. So effective delegation, the guy, he solved his own problems, and he's not going to be a speaker. He actually has a PowerPoint presentation as well. So it'll be really cool. Yeah, definitely. And what was the other thing? And then tomorrow, networking event, 12 noon US Eastern. If you want to join, Kim, of course, you're welcome, and everybody else. And then 6 p.m. Eastern is where we'll do a final celebration. We'll do a magic show, a virtual magic show.
That's so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to bring you got a boy, right?
I do. Yeah. He'll like that.
So yeah, totally. So it's 100% family friendly. You're going to love it. And that'll be tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then the session in between is going to be Megan. She's going to take my Facebook ads account and show you how much I'm spending, basically, and break all that down. And because this summit, let me tell you, this summit has cost me thousands of dollars to put together. Like, this is not like, let's bring some speakers along. Like, this is, there's been a lot of time and financial investment to put this together. So
it's interesting to see. We got to see it behind the scenes with Jenna Kutcher's ad account one time, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Which one?
Jenna Kutcher.
Oh,
showed
yeah.
Her ads account. It was crazy, but
yeah. It's mental when you start seeing those numbers.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm nowhere near that size, but still, let me tell you, this is,
it's
definitely
a
next level of stepping out of your comfort zone situation,
Right.
Yeah, so that will be tomorrow. But definitely the networking event's so important for you. People come to make the most out of it. And then the magic shows, just like, bring your family along. You've just worked so hard and paying attention and learning, and it's good to come and have a bit of a chill out time, and it's going to be awesome. So
yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks,
all right,
everyone.
Kim. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, no worries. Bye.
See ya.
Alrighty, I'll see you all in 35 minutes on Zoom. And I'm just going to put the slide over so you know to join me on Zoom in 35 minutes. So that's going to come up in a moment. For all you diehards who are still here, you are awesome. Co-working, there you go. Co-working starts 4 p.m. US Eastern. Cool. Alrighty, I'll see you all soon.